Okay, I think I'm live. It had a little bit of a stroke there. We are up and going. I apologize about that, everybody. I do apologize. Oh my. This thing is having a stroke right now trying to set up the chat. There we go. Okay. Alright, back to it. There we go again. Hey, Bugle. Doing well, doing well. You came in right as I ended the other stream. Made a mistake. It's fixed now, though. But I do hope you're doing well. Just getting time done on this. Not too far behind my wanted pace, so it's not too bad. What do you mean, what are the rules?
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
You do what you need. How it's always been in the game. Like I'm 17 hours in and now we're at 2 days, 18 minutes. It's the only thing, the longer you want to take. the more you're gonna chance bugs and crashes and all that. That's more of a factor than anything else. And it all depends on how well do you do waking up to actually, like, be up early enough to get in the hours that you need every day to do it within a reasonable time. You just started playing last July. I absolutely love the game. The game's enjoyable. It's in a good spot right now, I will say. For the limited bit that I've gotten into, it's in a pretty good spot. It has some really game-breaking bugs that have been in it for years still, and I'm rather annoyed about that, but that's kind of things more or less go. That's why I'm sitting in this mission over any other survival, really. That's good, Fern. How you been? You think you have 1,300 hours put in now? Very nice. In less than a year? Jeez, man. It's a hefty amount of hours. I have like 12,000 hours over the course of 11 years. Yeah, it was a misunderstanding, Guru. As far as I know, that's the last thing I heard directly from them. And since then, I've run multiple 30-hour plus runs with no problem. It was just an accessibility, what's it called, misunderstanding. That's all it was. That's what happens, though, at the end of the day when their anti-cheat system isn't invasive as other companies. It's not really a terrible thing. It points that their anti-cheat actually, like, isn't as evasive as... or is it as evasive as they say it is, essentially. Which is nothing really at all. They don't really have much information to go off of. That's why in the videos I'd warn everybody, like, if you just play a particular way, you're at risk. It doesn't matter. If you're in an endurance run, in an in and out mission. All it really was. And from the leaderboards, I mean, I can say it's fixed at the end of the day. Because there's plenty of people doing long runs all the time on the leaderboards. That's all anybody ever has to do if you have that question. Are things fixed? Go to your leaderboards. They reset every single week. We have them in the game, and you can see what every run and every person that's doing. As long as you can click on the account and view the profile, that's still an active account. If it's all black, then that one's received a penalty of some sort. You'll still find those, but that's because there's still people doing stupid things playing the game. And they're getting better with the way they detect everything. In November, you started grinding endo for fun. What did you do, the arena for it, or what was your mode of grinding endo out? You know, some people like bounties and such, but, yeah.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
1.3 mil last night? Congratulations. I'm crazy. I haven't been called that before, yeah. You do alerts and bounties? Very nice. You're jumping into the endo pit? Oh, he's crazy for that. Yeah. Wait until he gets into the arena. and starts running group runs in the arena and learning the greatness of 30,000 endo plus per hour. Bounty farming isn't bad though. I think you can get around like 20-ish to 15k an hour doing that. Especially if you're individually hunting the particular bounties that you're looking for. Like the individual rewards, you don't go past the reward tree for it. Tree? Bracket? Section. I don't know. I think I within one of those words, I think you might understand what I'm getting at. And arbitrations. Ooh, Arby's. Have you gotten into arbitrations yet? A defense arbitration, what a good group is. Oh, you love the survival ones? They are a lot of fun. They are a lot of fun too, yeah. It's life, Guru. I can't change any of that at the end of the day. I'm still blocked by Rebecca. It doesn't... What's on her account is her account at the end of the day. She blocked me on what was a personal account. It wasn't a business account. So... regardless whether she posts works-related stuff on it or not, it has really nothing to do with the company. All I can really say is there's plenty of games out there that have very unfair practices for their rule enforcing. And typically it comes down to the fact that they don't have as evasive anti-cheat. That's the one thing no one ever wants to take into account, really. I mean, I didn't even take it into account when I was bitching about everything. Was that if you have a less invasive anti-cheat, it makes it harder to know really what's going on. And you can't believe everybody in the world. You know what I mean? Come on. What shit do you believe that you read on the internet? Now expect that out of people too that are putting in tickets for their accounts. The lengths that I had to go to are unnecessary, yes, but I felt it was worth it. That's why I'm the only one that's really done that type of stuff. I felt it was worth it to expose far more of my private life than I really should have. I really had to have. That's life. If you feel it's worth it, you'll do the things required. And as I said, I'm the only one that's done it, so you can say it's unfair all you want at the end of the day, but yeah. And this is coming from somebody whose idol in the game is still permabanned. So, I think it doesn't come from a place where there's still a stained heart on it. Yeah. But what can you do at the end of the day? Especially when I compare to other games and everything like that. Even in the game that I'm currently loving, honestly, more than Warframe, which is old school RuneScape. There's an insane amount of unjustified bans, but yet the game's phenomenal. So, can't really... At the end of the day, if I'm gonna nitpick onto that, then I wouldn't play any video game. Even Valorant gets it wrong, and they have an extremely evasive anti-cheat. COD gets it wrong, and they have one of the most advanced evasive anti-cheats in existence. It tracks everything. It's so bad that it's one of the reasons why the servers don't feel as good on the game. Is because it's sending so much data over that that's most of what is actually being sent over. Now, what can you do?
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
Recently, they published a closed beta on Android. People had a lot of problems. Devs basically just told them to F off and blocked them. I mean, they feel confident enough to release it right now, so I would have to say we'll see how much that actually was true. Yeah. In the release date of when it comes out for the people in Canada, then that can actually point to how much of them was actually not listened to, and how many of the changes had to wait until last minute and beta was over to actually be able to fully fix. It's still a new code set for them at the end of the day, and they had to hire a completely separate team for Android, so... Sounds good, Bugle. You take care, and thank you for the good luck. One thing I can guarantee is their Android team is likely not big in any facet. Especially if they're only comfortable releasing within Canada. It means that they didn't feel like, or they didn't feel confident enough to get all the regulations done in all the other countries. So it was easier to meet the... let's just call them social regulations, might be a good broad term for it. To have all that done by their lawyer team and everything and cleared when it comes to localization. Like I said, if it releases in a shit state, then, I mean, we can fully say they didn't listen, but until then, I mean, you don't know it's actually not listened to. And if you are wondering how I may know all these things, I had a poor attempt at making a video game, but it didn't mean that I didn't know all the things I needed to do. Even though it was just a 2D endless game that I was making, it had good resolution graphics for 2D. I mean, it does not mean I didn't look into all the legal side and all this other stuff. So...
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can. The longer you fight, the more successful we will be. Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you. We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Morning wasted. I've been up now for, I don't know. I had a little hiccup there. Seemed to be okay now, though. Seems to be okay now. I had a bug Thrax, and then I went into the Demo Survival as well. The robotic one. Mobs there, after you kill them, a lot of the ones that do a death animation, they can just stay on the map afterwards and count as a mob spawn. So, by like 6 hours in, I had gone down to about 3,000 kills per hour. And I was killing everything on the map. But there was just that many bugged mobs. So then, I went into Kuva Survival, and I just didn't want to deal with the fact that the capsules don't have a shield. If they had a shield, at least, to have some type of shield gating, I'd be able to more reliably with Nekros do that run, but due to not having that, it makes it far too inconsistent. So pretty much all the older tile sets are what is available to me in reasonableness, so I decided Mott's always the place that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Well, CC or just some type of reasonable protection, because I have an immense amount of CC. It's just if it gets if it's at one shot, it's at one shot. So I can control 99.999% of the map, but if one bullet misses me and then hits that because of accuracy changes in the game, which they definitely are, since they did the armor adjustment, the enemy's accuracy is far worse than it used to be, which for Kuva survival actually is worse. Because now there's less shots missing, or less shots hitting you than there used to be. So there's more just all over the fire, like all over the place fire. So I would say accuracy of enemies now is at level cap is more closer to level 600-700. Like it's significantly lower. Like I feel like they have like a 10 stack of blast on them at all times. Like the old blast. Old blast. That did the accuracy reduction. Actually nice. Much better than the laser pinpointed accuracy they would have at 99 or at 9,999. Like it was ridiculous how accurate they were. Yeah, I do have some plans for Kuba survival. I'll eventually get around to the frames that I would like to do that on, but the other ones, I really wish I could have done them. I actually really enjoy the Lua survival and the Deimos one. I think they did a phenomenal job on the lighting in that, finally. Finally. It has a nice rustic look on it. It doesn't have like a really bright ambient feel. I mean, even here in the Void, this is so much lighter than it used to be. Like, it feels like real environmental lighting now, instead of just, like, an ambient source. They've done a phenomenal job on it. Yeah, I'm guessing that's probably one of the reasons why the game actually doesn't bother my eyes as much, is they put a lot more work into the shadowing and everything. I keep having random little disconnects here. I don't exactly know why. I shouldn't be really having problems, but... I'll try increasing it to 20,000 for the upload then. Maybe it'll work better. No, it's me. I have vertical going as well, and maybe it's not receiving enough bitrate, even though it's telling me it has an excellent connection. I don't know. So, yeah, I don't even have any dropped frames. It's confusing. I just upped the bitrate more. It's just brute forcing it will be fine.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
My internet is going through something today. Close that. And close that too. I'll have a build video out with everything when I, just a few minutes ago, actually a minute ago. That's essentially the response. I'll have videos with everything being described. Is my connection okay? Am I lagging or anything? Like, it says it's red, but yet I have good upload. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna have to look here real quick. Yeah, well, that's because the ribbon isn't needed unless you want to do something like this. But yeah, I'll be giving alternate mods and everything. That's why I'd rather save it for the video. Because I'm going to go into a lot more detail than, like, this is the build. It's like, no, like, you don't have this mod, you can use this as a compensation. You don't have this, yada yada. You're not going to this content, these are other things you can use. It'll be really detailed. Each item will have its own dedicated video with a nice in-depth review of it and alternate mods that you can use and such depending on where you're at in the game. Of course, the lesser the mods you use, the less content you can do, but it leaves something for everybody at the end of the day. Just because there's so much range of level content in this game. Yeah, exactly. I used to do that a lot more, and that's because I was trying to rush myself to get out content as quick as possible, because that's what you do as a Warframe content creator. But now that I have no desire to be a full-time... Yeah, what's going on? I don't get this. I keep disconnecting. I'm gonna have to take a chance. Give me one moment. Where's the Ethernet?
Probably. Right now, give me a second.
If anyone's wondering, I'm looking for an Ethernet cord right now. I have to ask Danny. I'm like, where the hell is the damn thing? I'm stupid. So, give me a moment. I'm going to get an Ethernet hooked up here, and this will stop being an issue. Hopefully. I thought my wireless would be good enough with the new PC, but apparently it's having some issues with it. I don't know why. I have 40 upload with it. 40 meg upload, and I'm only using 20. there shouldn't be any issue, but my download is a good bit less than what it should be. Yeah. I shall be back. Let me leave you all with this. Here. This will work. I thought it was gonna be quicker, but the cord is buried in a box, so it's gonna take me a moment. Yeah, I mean, I sometimes don't have issues with it, like I haven't been, but today it's starting its own thing. But yeah. Here's older footage of the Lua survival.
Hiding Lua in the void risked the unfathomable. I fear we are seeing the consequences of that risk now. Destroy these void-stained enemies. Those oculists are scanning for targets. The sentient has detected you. Fighters incoming.
Okay. Things should be better now after running. No. Okay. Things should be a lot better. And look here, there's. Oh, did I never turn off that? No, I never. Oh, you had like 2 musics going at once. I apologize. But that wasn't disorientating. My main focus was just getting back to this. Okay. Hopefully now we won't have problems. I am actually hardlined. Probably have to reset my internet after today. I have to do that.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can. Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
10 minutes off of 19 hours now. Doing good. Doing good. Because I already had Nekros built. There's really no purpose to prime or not prime. It's whatever you feel like using.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
That's pretty much the hypothesis there. For any prime, yeah. There's like a few really niche builds where prime can become necessary due to things like a blind rage build or something like that. There's like Banshee has one build, and that's about like the only frame I really know of off the top of my head. Where it does become necessary because of just the rotation that you want to do, essentially. So, and it's not even really a requirement there, it's just a min-max type of requirement. Why am I using afflictions? I have all details for my build video when I do come out with it. About what items I'm using, what I'm not using, etc. No problem. Lips tight enough to make it PR department. Yes. How much time do I need to get the level cap? It's 8.5 hours for that, roughly. 8.5 to 9 hours, somewhere in that range. So that was done, what, 10 hours ago or so now? I've been at level cap for longer than it takes to get to level cap, I guess you could say. Yeah, it's not a mission type for everyone at the end of the day. Not a mission type for everyone. Glad to see you enjoy it. That's the great thing about the game, is just how many different mission types they've actually introduced over the years. Very interesting to see how much they've released. Yeah, I can't say I really blame you on that. The only thing I can suggest is when you do want to, or when you take any like breaks from the game and you pause and it's still running, just minimize the game. It runs it more of a background application, so it's not running as demanding on your PC. Even though Warframe has done a fairly good job at the optimization of their pause menu. But yeah, That's my biggest recommendation. That's more for like just your PC as your PC. Something I always recommend to people. Beast mode, Baker. Thank you. Just doing our thing. Oh, see, I do window full screen, so it's easier. I don't have to. I don't know how touchy the game is if you're changing from full screen to that, to window. So I can't. You may crash your game more likely doing that, but it's worth testing for at the end of the day. I have no idea how many materials I'll have after this. Loot's kind of irrelevant to me, I'm just kind of here for the enjoyment of the test. What do you mean by success? Have you had any success with the visual effects recently? Are you talking about related to my seizures? Yeah, no, they've gotten a lot better to where they don't bother me anymore. I don't know if it's the lighting changes they made in the game, or if they specifically worked on things, but yeah. Like, I can actually have my the settings set all the way down at the minimum now and everything. It's nice. Game is significantly less visually intense. No, otherwise I wouldn't be playing the game. I decided it was after the most recent, like, really big content patch that happened last year. I think it was last year. Yeah, somewhere around there. That's when I started coming back to the game. And I was like, oh, let me see if they've improved. It looks like they did a bunch of new things with lighting, so why not? Like, even Void, it's not as bright white as it used to be. It's got a nice ambient lighting feel. Oh. Everything has, I don't know what equation they use for the lighting, but they have a very good equation for the lighting. If you ever play with a group, just leave if there's a mirage. I play with reduced visual settings for party members and all of that too. So, on top of the reduced, I reduce it even more type deal. But yeah, I know some things are completely blinding in the game. I can't watch any streams for a Warframe. I literally cannot watch a single stream. They're all too visually intense for me. Way too visually intense. Like, the only way I can know if they fixed the game is I had to go and try myself. I don't blame people if you don't need to have specific settings just to prevent health conditions from occurring, then there's really no purpose to not enjoying the work that they've put into it. With reduced monitor lighting, yeah, my monitor brightness is pretty much always at 0. I have red light on and all of that. I don't really have a favorite frame. I just whatever I feel like testing at the time. Every frame has something to enjoy. Is kind of how I've always looked at Warframe. There's a meta for every situation, I will say that in the game, but it doesn't matter that there is. It doesn't, you don't have to partake within the meta to gain a drastic, like the required upgrade. Like without it, you're just not going to do anything efficiently type deal. Do I like Gyri? I absolutely loved the frame when it first came out. I've never crashed my game so many times due to damage. Until they fixed it. And then it became a decent, like a good frame. It was fun. But when it first came out, it was ridiculous. There was no cooldown on the electric spreading with the, I think it's the 4. So like you could just grab an AoE weapon and just like chuck it into things and get like 6,000 stacks. Like instantly on everything. And then your game would crash. They had to nerf it only because it was causing so many computers to crash. It's amazing. It was so phenomenal. It was a great level cap experience. No, I don't do research on the game or anything like that. I don't watch videos or anything. The most I'll do is I'll play like a dev stream in the background or something like that just to keep updated on the game. But yeah, no, I literally can't watch anything from most people's stuff. I just cannot watch it. I'm iffy on that frame. I didn't really enjoy the concept of it. I never played it, but I just didn't really care for the concept of how it actually played out. But I like the core idea of like stacking buffs and stuff like that. I just was not too big of a fan of how it was done. But that doesn't really mean that your frame needs to be changed whatsoever. I know there's an insane amount of people that love it. I remember when the frame first came out, so many people had turned to their favorite frame. This wasn't within my deal. They make glasses that also reduce visual intensity. Not so much reduce visual intensity, but they do the same thing as the filter, more or less. Apparently couldn't breathe there. Apparently could not breathe there. But yeah, they do the same thing that, like, the screen thing does. I think it does it a little bit better. I do have those, I have clip-ons for my glasses for those. I've had those for many years. I think I've used those for about 7 or so years. If I'm having bad eye strain days, I'll throw those on top of it. Yeah, I think the only way you're gonna reduce visual intensity in the way of, like, brightness would probably to wear some type of, like, low-tinted sunglasses or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, those predominantly help me with eye strain. Those don't really do anything for, like, preventing a seizure, if you will. For that, it's kind of just a crapshoot, and I just throw my brightness on 0, and I try to just pray that the game has good quality options that are extensive, so that I can maybe play it. I mean, I couldn't even play Hollow Knight. That's kind of how bad mine is. Hollow Knight was too intensive for me. Near around mid-game, it started happening. The Hollow Knight Silk Song. I actually do own the game. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun. I just can't play it. I have a video coming out with it. There's signs, though. There's signs all over the game. That's what I can say. There are signs all over the game. If you know about the game, you can realistically know most of my build, if you just have knowledge of the game. Just by watching me play, looking at things or going on and such. But it was temporary. Well, I'm glad to hear you recovered. Eyes are, they're a scary thing to have things go wrong with them. Do everything you can to take care of them. All good. All good. If the thing why I'm not giving out much information, I don't want to have to repeat very long-winded explanations over and over again. So I have just a generalized short way of doing it. Because the premise is do you want to say, what do you want to say 40,000 times? For any question that you get when you're streaming, how do you want to answer it 40,000 times? Whenever you ask a streamer a question, no, they're probably thinking that in their mind if you get a generic response. But yeah, I'll have a full build, I have a full explanation video. It's going to be very detailed and everything on how I do everything. Well, videos, I should say. There's a very plural to that. But there will be just a single full explanation guide that just goes over. It doesn't show any builds, but just goes over my theory crafting. Because that alone is a video within itself. There's a lot going on here. To where I've had very experienced players already come in here and just have nothing but questions. So. There's a tremendous amount going on in this build overall to give everything that you see here. Enjoy the stream, keep it up. You're a baby Tenno but loving the game. Good. We all start somewhere. All start somewhere. I was so bad when I started the game that I used to think that you had to even out / puncture and impact when you were modding weapons. Just take a moment there. Just let that one soak in. You ever just like, I never get as good as this or anything like that? That's where I started. So don't think you don't think you can get much lower than where I started. It's just about hard work, dedication, and the willingness to try. You're a build copier? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. No, it's all good. It's all good, Shax. You'll have your questions and I'll just give you the answers. Like I will. Sometimes you'll get a more in-depth answer, sometimes you'll get a very generic answer. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions. I'm more just letting you know for you, so that if you do get a generic response out of me, you know it's not coming out of a place of just like, would you fucking stop? It's more just, now you know why there's a general answer, and you just ask a why. Anyone's got any questions or anything? If anything, it just lets you know that it will be answered in time in a very detailed manner if I don't feel like saying it now. That's yeah. You can have that that bit of solace, if you will, or just peace of mind.
Fight, the more successful we will be.
Do you think Nekros is your magnum opus, or will be? What do you mean? Like favorite frame? No, no. I just enjoy playing Nekros. No. As well, no, I already have other other frames lined up to try. Got Zephyr next on my list. Won't be doing 200 hours with Zephyr, it's just I felt it right with this one. I was like, yeah, he gets this. This is what he gets right now because the game is in a phenomenal spot for him. But nah, that's really all it is. But I'll probably do like 21 and a half hours or something reward cap with Zephyr. That's 256 rewards, because after that you don't receive rotational rewards anymore. Like I won't be, I don't know if I'd ever see myself in a world of doing 300 hours. I really don't. Mod order is an issue for you. That, depending on what you're building, that can be something that can be a little intimidating. Like especially when it comes to sentinels, and you have to like mod the order correctly for precepts and all of that type of stuff. And I actually didn't even understand that until as of like 2 years ago, and I've been playing the game for pretty much a decade. Yeah, I didn't even understand how the order of all that worked and everything. So, don't feel bad about that. Sometimes it's just not even clear, and you have to do a lot of external research or even just testing yourself. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's one of the biggest contention points in the game is kind of learning where to place things, especially when you're only limited with so many spots. I used to not be the biggest fan of it, but I've kind of, now that I've just accept it and where it's at, kind of like I did RuneScape and its inventory slots. I like the I like the lack of what's it called? The lack of freedom to choose, if you will. Meaning, like, you really got to make that decision of whether that slot is worth that mob or not. I actually have started to really enjoy that a lot more than I used to in the past. Oh, just mainly your most in-depth crazy. I don't. This does use, I would say, more overall intertwining qualities than most of my builds have. And I don't want to say that's because it's Nekros. I do want to say it's because of where DE has placed the game at. Like, Rebecca and I may have our qualms and all of that, but I think her and who she's trusted to make decisions in the game have put the game in a relatively good spot for a blend of power fantasy with knocking your knees down, if you will. No, I'm not right now, Badger. I was doing that before, but my wrists can't handle doing all that. So I just dedicate myself to one thing at a time. When I'm playing OSRS, I'll be playing. I usually play 2 accounts, so trying to be this active and all of that in Warframe, it was wrecking my wrist. It was wrecking it. But I was skilling. I was in Mother Low bad on a hardcore Iron Man account and on a free-to-play account grinding for a bond. I was either chopping logs or farming the orgs in the cave. And also, if I felt like being a little more active, I'd farm coal. But yeah. What I'm currently working on the hardcore Iron Man account, though, is I'm getting together 36 bonds before my membership ends. So that I can give away 24 of them, and the other ones will probably go to my free-to-play account. That's a regular one. Just so I can get that account into a good spot, so I can use it for learning bosses and everything on my hardcore Iron Man. So I'm still new to the game. The hardcore Iron Man was actually my first account, so... well, first hard-played account. But yeah, be giving away 24 bonds, and like I said, the rest of them just go to my account. Yeah, the main reason why I'm doing that is originally the account was made to be a challenge account and stay free to play forever. And I would just grind out bonds. And I was going to grind out bonds on the regular account to fund the hardcore Iron Man account. And I ended up just buying a year because I was just enjoying the game a lot. And I was like, yeah, what? Screw it. We're going to do it. And then I felt bad after doing it. So then, yeah, I decided to make that been a bit of punishment for myself. Where I have to grind out roughly, I don't know, let's just say 600 mil on a hardcore Iron Man account. Can't say the game, like, I have any regrets doing it. I actually rather happy I got to support the devs in some sort of facet, because I really actually love that game. I am surprised at how much I love it. It was a blessing that I ended up having seizures and quitting Warframe to go play another game. I have not enjoyed a game as much as I've enjoyed that in essentially since I started playing Warframe. Like, I still enjoy Warframe and all that, but there isn't the amount of discovery that there used to be in the game. For me. After playing, you know, thousands of hours type deal, you do lose the amount of discovery. Like, oh, the new things you get to find out and all of that. And even when they readjust the game, I mean, it doesn't generally change how, at least I play the game too much. Yeah, whatever. You found out the hard way to mods already left to the right to the bottom? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's preset mods. You think balancing is way better since Rebecca took over? Your only qualm is that you feel like the story lost a lot of its direction. I never paid attention to the story, so I can't comment on that. But that would be extremely sad to hear if that was the case. Because everything kind of led into everything if you just gave it enough time back in the day. So that's good. That's actually really sad to hear. Their storytelling was one of the best things that held Warframe together before they started letting people, like, do high-level content with ease. It was one of the biggest draws to Warframe. So, that's sad to hear. But, I mean, you only have so much money to do so much with, you know what I mean? Something's gotta suffer somewhere if something's going to excel. Back in the day when we had phenomenal storytelling and not the greatest of environments for endurance runners, meaning like we didn't have shield gating or anything like that, there was a very limited amount of things that could realistically get you to solo level cap. So like the game was very, very in a hindered state in that regard. O2 is looking a little bleh right now. Look at that O2. This is what I mean, like earlier in the stream when I was like, my O2's been iffy. Well, last stream, I guess I should say. Today. The first stream that I did. The O2 gets a little iffy here and there, but it's not the worst in the world. I didn't know where he was gonna spawn, so I was just gonna stun him. Yeah. It doesn't get terrible, but it does get a little iffy. It kind of sometimes makes me want to use a castle. I definitely will say. But then that involves me going into another room, and I don't want a chance like screwing up spawns because I went into another room. And I didn't really like... Oh, I kill these guys. I didn't really like the other rooms that I have a selection of because my specters keep dying, and I just don't want them to keep dying. That would be nice. And that's why I'm here. I kind of like this room though more. This one right over here. Oh, that was a lot of O2 there. Oh wow. Okay, I just had to go into the room real quick and to see this apart and grant you to the promised land of oxygen. Jeez. That was a wild one right there. For me, it's Warframe, Old School RuneScape, and Black Ops 6 Zombies are my current 3 things that I'm giving attention to. My challenge in Black Ops 6 Zombies is doing a Liberty Falls map to around 999 without using any of the special weapons like the Mutilant Injector or any wonder weapons. So just using regular guns and standardized equipment, like things like flashbangs and Molotovs and such. Essentially farming for as many headshots as I can as possible is the overarching goal for it. I hate how it makes it doesn't mark. Yeah, I know. It used to. I don't know why it doesn't anymore, but it used to. Now I know I'm gonna have to like go in there like that every time. Makes me wonder what's over here. Nothing? Okay. I'll just have to do that every time. just go into the room ever so slightly. Now I know why I've been having issues with O2. They've probably all been stacking over in that location every time I get low. Just aggravating me. Oh, let my hands rest for a moment. Oh, let the hands rest. Good little stretch. Yeah, that's... Makes you wonder, too. If you don't know about it, you're just constantly thinking, what am I doing wrong? It was just so great. Like, I know that oxygen has its dead points, and depending on the faction you're fighting will depend on what the dead points look like. Like in Void, it's like every 3 hours for like 40 minutes. You get dead points. Corpus, it's like every 15 to 20 minutes for 5 to 10 minutes. Grenier, it's like an hour or so that they occur. Lua shares the same as Void does. So, corrupted and all that. 1999... Kind of feels more like Corpus. And Deimos is something like 90, every 90 minutes, like the actual, like, infested Deimos. I think the normal, or the robotic one as well, I want to say, is like every 90 minutes for 20 minutes, I think it was. You'll get a reduction in O2. Like, it just has less of a chance of dropping. It's not so much a max amount, it's a fluctuation pattern. And just sometimes RNG favors that area and everything, so...
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can. longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
Alright, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and get myself ready for a bit of a longer break. I will leave you all up with some footage in the meantime. Do want to thank y'all for coming around and chilling and all that. Apparently, hold up here. I had a burp come out of nowhere. But, yeah, do want to thank you all for coming around, and for those of you that do stay around, I do want to thank you for the support. In the meantime, be sure to enjoy the failed Lua run that I did. Yeah. That was a thing. It was 27 hours what I ended up getting. But yeah. See y'all when I get back.
Void signatures, but outside the corrupted. They are draining your life support, and fast. Eliminate them quickly. Oculists, if they scan you, sentient fighters won't be far behind. The sentient is onto you. Look out for troopers.
slam there, but whatever. There.
These manifestations must not be allowed a foothold on Lua. Life support is at risk. Destroy them. Sentient scouts. If they detect you, fighters will soon attack. They know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters.
Kind of annoying with that bubble. What is that? Oh, I see it from my shadow. I didn't even have control of breaking it. I do wish if you like held your 4 with Nekros, it would just despawn who you currently have, and then when you press it, it works as normal function. It'd be really nice. Because I do have a complaint.
Void manifestations, drawn to this cursed place of stolen lives. They will drain your life support unless they are destroyed. Oculists, if they scan you, sentient fighters won't be far behind. The sentient is onto you. Look out for troopers.
Heavy attack proc. 10 Okai. Yeah, 10 Okai. Whatever you want to call it. Oh, the one proc. That was,
These manifestations, they aren't from the neural sentry. Destroy them. They are drawing from your life support.
There's no reason that makes it a make or break situation, besides it makes my specters have a little more CC for themselves so they don't get one shot at higher levels. Outside of that, there's really no purpose, like in the way of like, you need to use this over something else. Just more CC. More CC, the more better. Like CC. Burke says just raw damage increase because they don't have any mods, so when you have say 165% electric damage, it's just 165 flat% extra damage for them. And then they get CC on top of it. And the same thing with like viral, with glue, or with whatever it's called. Nourish. There it is. Nourish. You do the same thing with Frost 1 as well. It's just endless possibilities with it.
Those
It just depends on what you want to do.
The sentient has detected you. Fighters incoming. void signatures, but outside the corrupted. They are draining your life support, and fast. Eliminate them quickly. Sentient scouts. If they detect you, fighters will soon attack. They know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. Hiding Lua in the void risked the unfathomable. I fear we are seeing the consequences of that risk now. Destroy these void-stained enemies. Sentient scouts. If they detect you, fighters will soon attack. The sentient has detected you. Fighters incoming. Void manifestations, drawn to this cursed place of stolen lives. They will drain your life support unless they are destroyed.
Am I picking? There we go. Mike did not want to pick me up. But I am back, everybody. I do want to thank you all that did stay around for the break. Almost near the end there. Yeah, I'll hold up. We all need to be able to talk. Give me a moment. Anyone? Oh. Okay, chat is back now. Oh, the music would probably help too. Hold on. Oh, that's the wrong one. Here it is. Alright, there you all go.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be. We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can. Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you. We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Can I do another 40-minute explanation of my Nekros build? Alright, hold on. Let me prepare myself for this. Lots to talk about. When the run's over, I'm going to be doing a series of videos going over everything you need to know about the build and the run. And until then, I don't know. I'm kind of just playing a game. You know what I mean? Did I do good on that one? Was that better? Was that a good explanation? Top tier?
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
That was great? Alright. Thank God. Because, like, I didn't want to reveal about the thing, like, where I hit the mobs and their health, like, goes to 0. That was like, oh shit, I just said it. Well, now you know my full secret. I hit the mob and their health goes to 0. And there it is. There's everything. That's what you needed to know. Oh, there goes the build videos and everything. I mean, in theory, I did until I was happy with what I got. Kind of just randomly put in mods until I came with a happy conclusion, if you will. So, I mean, you're not far off. I can't say that. I'm not being dishonest. I just used my own random function tool. I clicked it in my head every time. Random, random. And it worked. With like 1,300 combinations altogether, you'll eventually hit the right one. Trust me. Trust me. Just take your time. You'll eventually get there. I'm having fun toying with you. What? What do you mean? I'm being serious. Do you not detect the seriousness? Oh, man. I really hope they don't find out I haven't opened up these capsules for a particular reason. I gotta stop thinking out loud, especially that one to the left. Never mind, let's not talk about it. And why that one is particularly open over the rest of them. Knows. Knows. Bro, has the life capsule augment on? Yeah, something like that. It's called being a ginger. That one I can reveal. When you don't have a soul, you don't need life support. Yeah, it's definitely possible to guess it into existence. It took me 8 years to make this build, so... I mean, we'll ignore the fact that a good majority of my kit probably wasn't around back then. My weapons definitely weren't. What do gingers breathe? Souls of their victims? Exactly. We actually use cats. Cats gather the souls and they give them to us. But if you see a ginger with a cat, you probably should be very, very scared for your life. Like a portable charger, if you will. You know what I mean? Solar powered. That's why cats lay out in the sun all the time and all that. I mean, this makes sense.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
I wouldn't know how different it is. I wouldn't know. I will say based off of the comments, even outside of yours, there's definitely some differences in my playstyle as melee than other people. More akin to the old ways, if you will. We shall see. We shall see. If you're wondering why I don't have damage numbers up, it's not because I'm trying to hide anything with the build. In long runs, it will crash your computer. But you have to not use them. It's been like that forever, and it really saddens me. It's like they've put a lot of work into the damage numbers to make them nice. They really have put a lot of work into them. Like I had perfect settings and everything to be able to have it up and all that. But I would always crash at around day 3. And I have no clue why. There is not the slightest bit of me that even has an idea. I mean, the only obvious thing I could say is there's a memory leak, but that doesn't help the situation. Something isn't getting cleared that should be cleared, and there needs to be something put into place for that. As to what that is, and is it reasonable to ask anybody, like a technician, to find out what that is? I don't really think so. Really think so. It's a lot of man hours. A lot of man hours to achieve something like that. It's a very expensive job to fix a very niche problem. Niche as in, like, there's not going to be many people running Warframe for 3 days straight in one mission, you know what I mean? So there's like, there's always compromise. You just kind of have to forget about some things. Because it's just not economically feasible. Because they are a business. In the beginning, yes, everything was for synergy, but I was pleasantly surprised at where things have turned out. That's what I can really say about it. DE did a phenomenal job when they did the armor adjustment, like with the numbers and everything that they did, and when they made the elemental changes for status and all that. It's come together really, really well. They have some really good mathematicians doing things sometimes. I say sometimes because I've heard of some hilarious interactions where I don't know if that was so much a problem of math or if that was a problem of, like, the general script got edited and they didn't realize it was attached to something. Why am I wasting my hand energy jumping over that? You spend all this time to make a hand-friendly build, and you're going to spend your time jumping over a bench. Absolutely absurd. With the Saima, what is that? Is that like an individual weapon or something? SYAM. I didn't know CO was multiplicative in some items. I thought it was all additive now. Ah, okay. I don't have all the Devari weapons. This is like one of my very few ones that I've gotten. I don't like how you obtain them. I wish I was able to like just freely pick from a list whenever I want, and then that's it. But there was the reason why I don't use it anymore, and that's why I'll say it, but I used to, like, the reason why I wanted to use Provoided Cernos is because you constantly pick up ammo, and there was an evolution on there to give you the ability to pick up ammo and get combo multiplier. So I used to use it as a way to hold multiplier better.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
But then I realized it just really wasn't necessary. I think I was just overkilling myself. I don't like throwing weapons. I actually don't like any of them. I absolutely hate them. It's not so much I think they're bad, I just don't like the playstyle. And for me, in Warframe, because you don't need to always have like the best option to do things, I will 99.99% of the time do what I enjoy more than what's the best to do. Yeah. It makes me want to use a macro a lot with it. Yeah, exactly. It makes me want to use a standstill macro, which I just don't. So much not enjoy doing, but I have to have a damn good reason to do it, and I just, in general, throwing weapons just feel weird. I'm like, it doesn't even feel good. It's not like shooting a plasmor into a mag bubble. Doesn't feel like that. Or a Lenka. Oh, shooting a Lenka into a mag bubble. That just feels great. But yeah, the jumping requires you to have like really restrictive movement and stuff. Especially if you're using a macro. Like just jump melee type deal the whole time. And he just does those two actions. It just creates a whole host of problems and it's not worth anything. No macros being used in this run either. Because I don't have to use my Cernos as much as I thought I was going to. I just don't even need a macro for that. I wish this had continuous fire on it, to where you could just hold it and it would just shoot every time it was fully charged. I would love that. I would love that. I don't know why they didn't do that for charged weapons, but they did it for semi-automatic. Or do I get an exception? No, macros are allowed. They just have to be limited range. They have to be limited use in the sense of their capability. Generally, what is allowed is because there's a forum thread on it and everything you can find dating back to like 2014 or something like that. Generally, what's allowed is like 2 actions and nothing over. So like during my mag run and everything. That's what my accessibility problems were. Like they allow macros, but because they don't have good anti-cheat, meaning like they don't have evasive anti-cheat, it makes it harder for them to distinguish between someone using it for accessibility purposes and actually just using a free range bot, especially when you're just sitting in a corner. Makes it hard to really gauge on what the hell is going on there. So, when all they can do is watch your gameplay and then look at packets received, there's going to be mistakes that happen. Especially when you allow something. But yeah, 2 actions generally is allowed, generally. You still use them at your own risk at the end of the day. Me, I only use them for extremely repetitive things and the extent that I had to go to prove my problems. You have to decide upon yourself if that's worth it to you. You know? It's not so much an exception for me, it's just that they actually there's a understoodness of I use them for the reasons you say to use them for, they allow. This game has always caused a lot of hand problems for people, especially back in the day, like when Nekros' Desecrate used to be an ability you'd use to proc. It was terrible. You literally had to sit there spamming like this. This was old Nekros play. If you wanted Desecrate to work, that's what you needed to do. It was a pressed ability, and when things were dead within the range of it, they would have a chance to drop it. Yeah, exactly. Everything was carpal tunnel simulator with this game when it first came out because it was so limited. You know, spin to win used to be the most popular playstyle because everybody would just use macros for it. You imagine doing this for any amount of time? I mean, I did it without macros, and it's one of the reasons why I have carpal tunnel, is I did this for probably about 1,500 hours before my hands gave out from it. That wasn't even just doing endurance, that was even just everyday play and all that. Just rolling around a mission, you know? This is current state of Valkyr. Yeah, well, that's always been the state of Valkyr, to be fair. The spin attack on the Talons has always been extremely strong. And it was only, like, made even stronger back in the day. It's just, it didn't do as much damage as other memes back then, so it really wasn't a feasible option. And back then we didn't have shield gating either and such like that, so there was no overguard or anything, so she kind of put herself out of existence because of just how the game was set up. Corner meta still exists. It still exists. The problem with finding it on newer tile sets is DE. Due to the Eximus changes, you don't really have the rooms allowed for it anymore. So something like this can still allow for a corner meta. The whole purpose, the whole thing now is getting overguard off before they're in range to hit you. So if you can hit something 50 yards away from you as it's running towards you, say like these guys here, they're never going to be able to activate any of their abilities because by the time they actually get to you, they're going to be CC'd. So now they can't use any abilities. It takes a really pinpoint setting up in order to create that environment now. They can be created. You have to be very, very particular about it, and then you're going to risk... You're probably going to risk a ban because you're going to look like you're trying to exploit by rolling tile sets so much. Like I said, with non-evasive cheat detection, they don't know if you're going in and out of a mission just because you're trying to find a comfortable room for yourself, or if you're trying to use an exploit and take advantage of something that shouldn't be in the game. Because camping is allowed in the game, that's all perfectly fine and dandy, but they can't make a discernment on it. So to create it now, it's significantly harder. I don't even bother with doing room selection anymore. Like, I just jump into a mission and whatever I get, I get. It's like, it's whatever. Due to the Eximus changes, it's no longer worth it, in my subjective opinion, to tile set hunt. Because you'll probably tile set hunt for a longer set of hours than you will for any mission that you plan to sit in. So you'll spend 10 hours trying to tile set hunt for an 8-hour mission. It doesn't seem worth it. Why would you spend why would you even spend 4 hours tile set hunting for an 8-hour mission? It's illogical. Play the game, enjoy yourself. Yeah, Banshee's silence as well. Yeah, it's just anything that you can do to help slow them down or create problems before they can activate an ability. That's all it really is. Radiation even works on them. Cold, I believe, does. I'm not too sure if cold works before Overguard. I know it doesn't freeze, but I don't know if it reduces. Use some. Oh yeah, see, he's slower with full Overguard. I actually didn't know that, so I can't include. That's something I can't hide from you guys if I don't know. There you go. So yeah, you just use different means that you can to mitigate their ability to do abilities, and then you're good to go. That's what the whole game is nowadays. The whole game is you have a bunch of side mobs to help keep your buffs up and going, because we have a lot of, like, buffs that are based off of killing things. So you have a bunch of side mobs, and then you have to put focus into a certain particular mob. And then you have a different variety of these mobs in order to have whatever you find to be more of a contingency point based on your builds. That's why I don't think Overguard's a bad thing at all. Like, I understand DE puts it into a lot of the game, but I think if you play around it properly with all the other mechanics that we have in the game, everything kind of fairly evens out. Yeah, just my opinion.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Definitely has taken them many years to get here, though. They've done it the way they should do it, though, which is small incremental changes, more or less. And given, like, how... I know, like, a full damage rework can be considered a small incremental change, but I do believe it is when you have all the other components put into everything. So, health, armor, accuracy, reaction time, all of that type of stuff. And that's even just meaning NPCs. It's not even looking into how we've been given the ability to have reaction time in high-level play, instead of just the ability to foresee things happening before they happen, which is all we really had back in the day when we would have no shield gating, over gating, and one shot was literally you could just get one shot because, like, the wind changed direction. So back then, you would have to do more than anything was you would survey what was going on around you, and you would just have to predict kind of what things were going to do what and when. It's pretty much like driving a car, if you will. You have drivers around you, and you have to mentally do some type of prediction in your head on what every driver around you is going to do. Just based off of their, like, behavior and everything like that. And more or less a faction would be, like, considered driving in a different city. You change cities, you have a different faction, they react differently and all that.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
No, I was never banned. Suspended, yeah, but never banned. I don't know who you heard that from. That's the issue, though, when everybody uses the word banned for a suspension. That's the issue, is no one knows what the difference is. I tried for a good amount of months to make people use the word suspended over banned. Because I said to everybody, I was like, it's just going to cause confusion that y'all are using the, like, the wrong word for the punishment. No. Why don't you go back and watch my videos, and then you'll be caught up. All the drama videos and all of that still exist. Look at the thumbnail even. Did you look at the thumbnail of the video, of my history video? The thumbnail was literally the suspension. Oh man. Oh, what a joke. This is the same account. Okay? This is the same account. Oh. My bad, bro. I'm just pointing out where the obvious was, man. Everything was there. All you had to do was look and listen. Don't ever take other people's word for it. Go look, do the research yourself. Trust me. Don't ever take someone else's word for it. It's my most popular video. I think it's my most popular. I don't know if that one is or the actual 95.5 hour. Huh. All comments related to that, though, you can just leave them down in that thing. People still do. It is not anything shocking to me. For an inappropriate name, well, I mean, you probably should have had a better name selection. The DE can be rather weird with their terms of service when it comes to chat moderation, so you have to be very PC about it. Very PG, if you will. Not even like PG-13. So he's kind of your best bet when it comes to DE and their chat moderation. But yeah, that's nothing new at the end of the day. Me. Yeah, like I said, they've always been bad about it. Bad as in strict. Bad is definitely a subjective term there. I should use the word strict. Because depending on who you are, that could be a nice thing.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
Well, no, because you're not dealing with DE when you put in a ticket. You're dealing with Zendesk, a third-party company who is being hired to deal with the shit, and they don't play the game. And realistically, I don't even think DE hired them. I think the companies that more or less publish the game, which would be Tencent, and before that was Leiyu, uses them as the customer service representative thing. Just generally through a broader contract for all their games. Yeah. It takes a lot to get an actual staff member from DE. Trust me. Trust me. It takes an immense amount. And you don't want it. You don't. If you have a DE staff member talking to you, you're generally not in the greatest of situations. You are in a whole mess that you wish you were out of. I had to wait for all my suspensions to lift too. Yeah. Yeah, that's normal. Mine was only 2 months, by the way, man, for my longest suspension, which was the one you're referring to. One where everybody thought I was banned. I came back and did multiple streams, which is the weird part. I did a 33.5-hour run with mag and a hand cam while playing high rounds and balloons TD6. And then I came back after that and I did like 25 hours or something like that in a Lua survival, where the game started to give me seizures. Then I quit for like 6 months or so, and now I'm back. Because they've made enough changes in the game to where I can visually accept it. Which I'm very grateful for. Very grateful for. I don't play the game full time though, to be honest, like in any sort of facet. Besides like a little thing like this, I'm actually usually playing RuneScape all the time. All about some OSRS. Good game. Very good game. But I am going to be eating here some food. My girl was amazing enough to make me some pasta. So, I'm gonna enjoy some sketting. Go 1 sec here. I'll just call this one food. Ah, I gotta find home row. Eating food. No mic. I can't really read that. Property, what's my 50%? Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Outline that up a little. Outline to black. That. Yep. Okay.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be. Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
I'm eating, but Jay, yeah, you deserved it. It's not really wild. Why are you why are you inappropriate? You don't have to say a word, bro. It's already known as a publicly unacceptable word. You know what to say and what not to say. You're grown. It's not ridiculous. What's wild is that you would think you'd be alright to say. I just saw it restricted your message for you saying maybe don't say the N-word, and I decided to let it through because in context everything made sense there. Yeah. I don't even know.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
All I felt was Star Wars. It's a trap! You know, you know. Alright, that was good. That was good. A nice pound of food. The beginning there, when I first muted, it's just... so much shit happened at one time. It was like I wasn't even allowed to just eat. It's like this is the game not gonna let me. Yeah, and that's why I just say like a publicly acceptable thing. I mean, it's like... there isn't really any video game that allows it. That doesn't also just give you a very upfront message of, we allow anything. There's such thing as feel the room out. There is such thing as feel the room out. You can do that online even. Like I said, it'd be made clear in other ways. Yeah, like I said. Now, COD's very weird with their, with how they ban for chat moderation. It's very weird.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
I don't really know how else to describe COD moderation in general, besides weird. I don't. Really don't. Well, no, I do know how. It's called, like, trademarked. Or not trademarked, but, copyrights of literally the algorithm they use in order to moderate the player, track the player, and all of that. They own so much ridiculous amount of shit for that. Oh, it was literally, it was a free-for-all back then. But it was like that with a lot of games too. Back in the day when there really wasn't the crazy amount of chat moderation that there is now. The internet was a drastically different place back then though. You could use that type of language back then and people wouldn't take offense to it. So. But we're just living in different times. Anybody could say stuff like that, it didn't matter. Back then people had thicker skin, if you will. I don't know if I would so much say thicker skin. Words didn't have the repercussions that they do nowadays. I think the internet just wasn't as, what's the word for it? As influential as it is now. So your words really didn't mean as much back then. I'm 34, by the way, so I know where you're talking. I know where you're coming from and everything. I've been on PC since I was like 8 years old. I actually still have the original Call of Duty hard disk in my closet. And Medal of Honor Allied Assault. I think I still had Battlefield 1942 hard copy. I had the very first World of Warcraft, multiple hard copies of it, where it's like 5 fucking discs for the whole game. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Internet was less commoditized and it wasn't as widely available. Exactly. That's what I mean by influential at the end of the day, is it didn't have as much market hold, and it didn't have as many, like, just people on it in general. It was kind of like an outcasted thing.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold
At
out as long
21
as you can.
hours now. 21 hours. Got 25 more minutes, and then we won't be receiving any rotational rewards. So the Aya relics, that'll no longer be a thing. 256 rotational rewards for any endless mission, and then you stop receiving those. Just depends all on the mission you're on when it feels like it occurs. It's just 256 rewards though. It's always been like that. It's something they've never changed. To be fair though, I don't even know if we've asked for it to be changed. It's like we, meaning like the endurance community as a whole. I know I never really exactly cared. It was almost like a point of it was like getting the level cap, you know what I mean? Like, alright, so that's an achievement right there. That's another notch off on the mini goals for the run. Alright, now I don't receive rotational rewards. Awesome. Okay, so I'm this far in now. That's what comes after level cap for normal mobs. And now, for me, after that, you may ask, what comes after that? Probably an acolyte level. I don't know. Every 5,000 acolyte levels, I get pretty excited. A 1,000 levels? I don't really know. When I did my 95.5 hours, they were. I got up to 13,500 or 12,500 or something like that. So like if I wanted to be ego-headed, I could say that I have the world record for the highest level mob fought in Warframe and the world record for the longest survival, but I'm not that. Given it's only one mob, I mean, I don't feel like that's a world record. Like I said, if I was ego-headed, I mean, yeah, I could say these things and just make other people mad because, like, just putting the word world record next to your name makes people mad. I don't know. But yeah, I am hoping that they are, because they level about twice as fast as they used to. So even by the time I hit 95.5 hours, that 12,000 and change or 13,000 and change should be closer to like 22 to 25,000. It's gonna be amazing. That would mean like by the end of this run, we could have like level 45 to 50,000 acolytes. Which would just be so fucking cool. Like, I was so excited for that prospect. It just sounds so cool. Pretty much that's what this entire it is made for. It's not made for killing level cap mobs out here, these guys. It is made for killing a mob that does not stop scaling. That's what it's made for. And to just hopefully do enough damage to counter what's going to occur for their health and defenses and all that. Level 1 million acolyte. I don't even want to imagine how long that would take. I don't think a computer would be able to stay on that long. And I don't know if a person could reasonably play that long, that many hours. To even make it so that a computer would be okay doing that. I feel like at some point updates would come through and it would end up crashing the computer or something. You know. Or even just risking the game itself crashing. I mean, what I'm doing right now is just rolling a dice on that, so... I know I'm at least stable to 7 days with the current trend of things, so that's nice.
They could not do this
The
without
longest I've ever run Warframe without shutting it down was 11 days, which was the 95.5. And that's while sitting in a mission. I don't really keep Warframe open unless I'm actually doing something, though. It also hasn't been up until recent that I had a computer even good enough to have that option of, if I wanted to do something else, I could leave Warframe open. To be completely honest, so that's, yeah, that's a new feeling within itself. The only thing I wish I would have done with this computer was get more RAM on it, but the only thing it would have allowed me to do was video edit while I was actually playing and streaming at the same time, which is just not necessary. My hand can't handle that anyway, so that would have been the only reason. Meaning like Warframe. If like a old school RuneScape, it's not an issue. There's a... Hold up, there's a wasp? Where's the wasp? Wasps are going extinct. You better save that wasp. Don't you kill it. Don't you kill it. Don't be doing that. You leave that pollinator alive. Leave it alive! The wasp better be doing well. It better be doing well. Better be doing all its waspy things. Now, Viewman, what's up? I'm just chilling right now, though. Just chilling. Oh, really? I've been in here for 2 days, almost 5 hours. And I'm only like 21 hours and I've been
The
chilling.
more successful we will be.
I've been chilling. 7, 8 hours a day, the current pace. Slowly picking it up higher. Slowly picking it up. Oh, far from that. Actually just finished eating food too. That was good. It was good. Yeah, I hit level cap at 8.5 hours. Roughly 8.5. Somewhere between 8.5 and 9. That is where you always hit level cap for every survival. Somewhere in between 8.5 and 9. Just kind of depends on the starting level-ish. It's not really much of a difference, though. I think it's only like a 5-minute difference between the levels and all that. And acolytes are at 3,045. What was that last one? Which is the only thing we're building for, because as far as I know, at least from my past experiences, they don't have a level cap. But we'll know if they've reverted them to have a level cap at 75 hours, 76. I enjoy the game. Oh. How else do you play a game for a long time? I also have a stream up on the side too right now. Sometimes a TV series, some music, something. Just keep something up on the side.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
I'm watching old school RuneScape streams. You also do know that you can pause the game, right? In solo? You set it to the little single man and pause the game. Oh. And as you can see, they are not attacking. Now, boom, game's back. I can even, for heavy attack. Okay, hold on. So you're gonna, there we go. I think that was it. There's a way to time it. Oh, wow. How does my timing get like that, then? That's weird. Do I just, like, hit it when I come out, then? Oh, I do. Okay, that's me fat fingering it, then. I didn't even know I was fat fingering it. I just learned something about myself. I fat finger my heavy attack a lot. It's my mouse button 4. So it's like your back. That's what it usually is, the back button when you're in a browser. It's my heavy attack. It's so much easier. Pretty much what everybody makes grenades, if you will, in shooters. Yeah, that's why I said I've been in here for 2 days, 4 hours, 49 minutes. That's the total time with pausing. So my actual in-mission time is 21 hours, 17 minutes right now. You have a normal mouse 3. I just changed the, in Warframe itself. Just go into your options, key bindings. That's what I did. Oh. But yeah, like a normal, like, what is it, like a 4-button mouse that has the back and forth things on the side, the little buttons on the side. That's just generally what it is. Like, I have a G502, I don't have anything extravagant. I've used the G502 now for about 13 years, 12 years, I want to say. I am Being sloppy right there. I was about to die. But yeah, I've been using... I have every generation of the G502 wired editions. And I don't really like wireless stuff. Did we just skip a phase? How did we just skip a phase? I'm at 60 FPS, so I don't... That's confusing. No, I had to look at my FPS there. I was like, am I at 30 FPS? Did I skip an immunity phase and one-shot the Acolyte through it? No, he just... I thought I saw him summon out the two little guys, which means his next thing was the shadows. Sure. That was a weird one. You have the super light one? Yeah, you have the two little side buttons. Like the Logitech one? They're like the 302 or something like that. The hyper light one, like that. Okay. It's like one of the lightest mice in the world type deal. I think it's like the, what is it, like 80 grams or something like that. Yeah. I can't use that one, it's too small for me. I use the G502 because it's a big mouse. I don't have any weights in it anymore, though. I used to, when my hands were better, I actually used to have weights in them because my flick would be too hard otherwise. I used to have 2 of the 3.5 gram weights in it. $35 grams. Oh, the HyperX one. Oh, yeah, no, that one's really light. Yeah, that one's even... Yeah, okay. I thought you meant the Logitech light one. No, that one's stupid light. You can't use something like that. I'll throw it.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
Nowadays, the G502, besides its size, the weight helps against my muscle spasms that I have while I play. Or just use a mouse in general. If you ever see like something like that, or just like that, or these really weird random twitched movements, that's 90% of the time, it's just because I have a random hand spasm. Because I've been stupid and I haven't been resting my hand enough. There's ways to prevent it. It's called being intelligent and learning moderation. That's why you have 2 of them? I don't blame you. Well, no, you can just pause whenever you want, man. I've only been playing for about 7 hours a day. It's not really unreasonable at all. That's over the course of the day. I'm disabled, so I'm home all the time. My play rate is roughly like currently probably somewhere between 50 and 55% of my day like awake. It's really nothing at all. I'm sleeping 6 to 8 hours a night, normal amount for me. If my hand needs the rest, I built this build so that I could have my hands rest. Now I just sit here and I can relax my hands until O2 goes down to 70% and then play. With any game that I'd be playing, I'd have to do that. It doesn't make a difference. Whether I'm playing for a 21-hour mission or I'm playing for 2 hours and then logging off, I'm gonna have to rest my hands. It's just health conditions. I don't support being unreasonable. I don't really support that. Do I use macros? Currently right now in this run, no. But I do generally for my Probonos Cernos is like the only macro I currently use in the game. And that would just be to replicate like this right here. And that's like my only macro I currently use. Or maybe to like spam an ability. But yeah, no more than 2 actions. I play by what DE says is allowed. So, I did like 2,000 hours of this game without macros, and I ended up getting carpal tunnel from it. So, yeah. Especially as a spin to win main, that's what I used to be, was a spin to win main. No macro, spin to win main. And this is what it looked like. It's still muscle memory. Still literal muscle memory. I can just do it. I can literally just do it. That's how many hours I did of spin to win back in the day. I had an Atarax Riven, and it had range and melee damage on it, and it gave it a 26 meter radius, or range. Radius is more or less the best definition, because that's the spin to win was a radius attack, more or less. This is all the way back in the days when it used to hit through walls, and Blood Rush used to calculate, or Blood, what is it called, what's the spin to win mod again? I can't remember what it was called. It's gone. It's gone. The spin to win mod is gone. The one that gives you extra crit on spin attack anyways. That used to calculate before Blood Rush. So even getting like a 1.5 like multiplier, just the first stack, it would give you red crits every time. But back then, the 12 times combo multiplier from melee was 1.2 million. So like everybody usually played around like a 4 to 5 times. I don't know if it's something you should say to give respect or anything for, as I was told constantly by all my friends in the game that were spin to win mains of, bro, you're gonna wreck your hands. You better use a macro, man. Bro, this game ain't for the no macros. You don't want to be doing it. They've done a phenomenal job though nowadays to reducing the need for a macro. They have really done a good job. Like, I am very impressed. There's only, like I said, there's only one thing I find a need for in this game anymore with it. And that's charged weapons. Charged weapons are it, because you don't have the continuous fire of just holding down. Melee has that now. You don't have to spam E like a heathen to get shit to happen. You don't even got to do that with the spin attacks. You can, just depending on your stance, you'll have moments where you'll actually just get a free spin attack in it and you just hold down. There's always, in most stances, there's some type of momentum gain that happens, and you can take advantage with that and slide with that, and it'll give you a lot more ground to cover. Yeah, like this one, you see how that he does that like slight little up motion? If you time it with that up motion, it works, but if you don't, you see how it just kind of doesn't really want to slide as much. So. It's all little things to learn. But yeah, no, most of the people back in the day told me you should probably adopt into using macros, and I didn't use them until my hands like gave out completely, which honestly I don't know if that was the wisest of ideas, especially back then when there wasn't all the accessibility options we have now. Just hope one day we get charged auto attacks so that I can just sit here and every time it goes fully charged it'll just auto shoot for me and line up the next one. That would be nice. It's honestly a lot of charged weapons are just my most enjoyed weapons. You know? Weird, but yeah. I will pass on protesting to get it. I'll do my short little bitching that I'm doing right now, but I don't feel like we need to go that far. D lets me have some way to go around it, so I can't get mad. Said hi? Oh, man, I have missed you people. I come in and say said hi. I said hello. I was wondering when they would start coming around again. Said hi. Said hello. I missed you. I missed you guys so much. Have I gotten banned or timed out? Never banned. I wouldn't be playing the game right now if I got banned. It'd be a direct violation of my ban. Suspended, yeah, though. You can look at my older content. I have videos about all that and everything. But it's old past. Thankfully, the misunderstanding has been alleviated through oversharing my private life with everybody on the internet. So, thankfully it was enough. That's what happens when they have an anti-cheat that everybody likes. An anti-cheat that's non-invasive. Not one that scans every little thing that's going on in your damn computer every moment of every day. Mistakes are bound to happen. D doesn't have kernel level anti-cheat, and I would like for them to keep it that way. I really would. So. You're talking to him. You're talking to him.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
It's all back on the videos. All of it's still public. The mag run is still one of my most viewed videos. Oh, I'm good. Oh, I'm good. There's only one way to get better at speaking English, and that's by trying. So find the chats that are understanding with your issues, you know, and how you're trying to get better, and use those chats to get yourself better. Not talking in chat isn't going to get you any better. Going out and having the conversations is going to get you better. Most of the time, a lot of streamers will say it how it's supposed to be said. And then you can just kind of remember off of that. Watch, you know, listen to how they're speaking in general. Read the chat. And engage. That's your practice. That's your practice. Good to hear that you've been watching that alone. Good to hear. Yeah, that happens. That happens. It's midnight for you? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I took a long break from content creation as well, so... At one point I even tried working on my own game, which I do have live streams of me coding and everything. But yeah. I don't blame anyone for not being around for any particular amount of time. We all have lives to live, things to do, and we find other people that interest us more. Nothing more than an entertainment platform at the end of the day.
The longer you fight, the more
I quit Warframe for a long time, man. I quit Warframe for a long time. At what point... I quit just because I was frustrated with the lack of response. And finally came back and got a real response by just putting in a ticket and asking, instead of me just being stupid and not doing that. That's what I went to make my own video game. And then after that I tried to come back, and then the game got too graphically intense for me because they were working on lighting a lot, and ended up causing me to have seizures, so then I quit. And I played old school RuneScape. I still play it. Love the game. Hands down, one of my favorite games I've ever played. If not, like, once I get really, really into the end game and everything like that, it may even just change my opinion to the best game I've ever played. I slapped myself for not opening my mind up earlier to get into the game better. My girl played it a lot, even when she was a kid and everything, and even I've tried it a few times, even since being with her, and I've tried it many of other times before, but it was just too like slow paced for me, and I couldn't, like, my brain couldn't expand out enough. I mean, I'm playing Warframe, so we can have an understanding of that, you know. Before it was World of Warcraft, so I like games with like a pace to it and all that, but just was never able to get on board with OSRS. It wasn't until I had seizures from playing graphically intense games like that I loved already, and my hands got too bad that it ended up switching over to a different game, and just keeping my mind open, I ended up falling in love with it because I just learned to enjoy the game for what the game is, and it helped me be able to do that in a general regard to video games. So it even did spread back into this game and everything, and allowed me to enjoy it even more. Make your PC cry? I did notice bad temperatures on my end too. They were really bad. I wasn't a fan of it. I literally used to have a desk fan sitting into the computer to pull out the hot air or to blow in cool air from underneath. Like, it was really bad. It was horrendous. Temperature issues back in, as of like a couple of years ago, were really, really bad. A lot of bad performance problems. But they've done a good job now. I mean, this is a beautiful tile set now. I'm blessed with a really nice computer right now. A very big blessing. I have a 9900X with a 5080. So, I'm very, very blessed. Before that, I had a i5-10400 with a 2060. So, that computer now is an entertainment PC. But yeah, very, very, very blessed. I got a Labor Day last year, so like the last sale that occurred right before the RAM crisis and all of that, and the huge massive price increases. It's like one of the only reasons why I wish I would have gotten more than 32 gigs of RAM, but I didn't really have that in my budget. I already pushed everything else to the limit. Yeah, exactly. I was, like I said, I was very blessed to order it right before that happened. Labor Day was roughly, what is that, like May or June or something like that of last year, I think. That's when I built it. So it was like literally just a few months before the whole thing happened. 3 months, 4 months at the most. I was like, holy shit. Before, I was actually planning to just, like, use GeForce Now. And do cloud gaming, because honestly, cloud gaming is in a phenomenal place right now. I hate saying that. I really hate saying that. But honestly, like, chilling with that. The only thing I don't like about GeForce Now is that they put a limit on how, like, many hours you can play a month, and you have to buy more hours. They used to not have that. And there's like no plan just for unlimited. It's just like, go screw yourself. You're gonna pay like $15, like your same monthly subscription to get more hours. It's like, you guys are ridiculous. Not even happening. But yeah, cloud gaming is like, it's gotten to a really good point. Very responsive. Like, if you're a nitpicky, like, it's not going to be great, don't get me wrong on that, but if you're already playing on like a anywhere from you know, like $700 to $1,200 PC, you really ain't gonna notice a difference. You really are not. The only thing is you have to put into account if you were to just put that money aside every single month, at the end of 10 years, you'd be able to buy whatever current top-of-the-line PC it is. And if you keep doing that, you'll always be able to buy the top-of-the-line PCs. They're built, the pricing plan is literally built for like a one-for-one to build top-of-the-line PCs. For yearly cost if you get the highest plan. If you get the mid-tier plan, it's like building a $1,200 to $1,500 PC every, I think it was 5 years or 7 years. So it's a compromise. If you do that, then you can't build the savings yourself. But if you are willing to pay the monthly price, maybe you should think about, you know, going without and just playing whatever you can currently play for some years and then steadily being able to afford it. Yeah. Yeah, but it's NVIDIA, so... Well, what's wrong with the AI capital of the world? We're just... and one of the major causes to the entire RAM crisis that we have going on. GPU crisis. What's wrong? What are you trying to say? Me buying a 5080 was supporting the very thing that's destroying us? Yes, I know, I do recognize that. But I did what I had to do at the time. It's what I could afford. In regards of, this was like, I wanted this tier of graphics card, and given the sales going on, this was the most affordable. I got the thing for under $1,000, so I got it for like 800 bucks or something like that. Just can't really complain about that. I didn't pay $1,500 for the graphics card. And essentially, for anyone that isn't from America, Labor Day is a national holiday and typically has a lot of really good sales of like 40 to like 60% off items. So I was able to build a PC for really, really cheap at the time. So. Yeah, like currently my entire PC setup would be close to 5K if I was to build it today. And that's completely unaffordable in every sort of facet. It's not even like a payment plan thought of. You know what I mean? Like, that's unfathomable. That's what it would be after the RAM price and the GPU price increase? Yeah. Yeah. It's not liquid cooled though. I do have Noctua fans though. So, I mean, this shit stays beautiful all the time. There ain't no heating issues. Outside of loading shaders in COD, which is, I think, a normal thing for everybody. Then I'm like 160. 170 degrees Fahrenheit. What is that, Celsius? 65? 70? Somewhere in between there. But that's only while downloading the shaders. I think anybody knows what downloading shaders is like in a COD game. At the end of the day, if they played, your computer is screaming the whole time. I was blessed. I was very blessed. I was very blessed. I built it myself. Yeah, I've only had one other instance where I've had a
Look what
PC
Arteno
this
operators
good.
found. They could
It
not
might have
do
been
this
better
alone.
though. Probably, what was it? 15... 15? No, 17. 17, 18 years ago or something like that, I had built a PC. I had like when liquid cooling first came out and everything. I can't remember what I had for the graphics cards, but I had two of them. I think it was like two 980s is what I had in there, and they were SLI'd together. This was back in the day when SLI was just kind of like maybe like 2 or 3 years old. It was a very long time ago. And then I had someone else build it for me, and they ended up like frying one of the graphics cards and the motherboard because they tested it without putting any liquid cooling into it. I'm an old man. That's what I'll say. I'm an old man. I am a very old man at the end of the day. All in my 30s and shit. When you gotta say ain't that bad, it's bad, man. Alright, let's not cope. What I can say is I got some years behind me and I got some years ahead of me. That's what I can say about my age. Kind of how I view it too. Got some years behind me and I got some years ahead of me. Trying to make it feel. You don't need to make it feel better, bro. You ain't on the internet to make me feel good, homie. You on the internet to just chill. Just speak freely, talk some shit, it's fine. What? I ain't the rest of Warframe, I do have thick skin. I'm a soulless ginger, there's nothing to hurt there, trust me. It's just a black caving hole. You're straight. Just don't break TOS. We gotta chill. Don't be obnoxious. You can have fun though. Okay, I don't know. I need to go to sleep. I don't know. Who knows too? Go to sleep, but put your head on the pillow and let the soothing sounds of Baker's voice lull you into a sleep, and then a gotcha ad will appear. No, you don't want to. Thank you so much. What? Well, I thought I couldn't be hurt. All good, man. You have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Get yourself to sleep. Don't be irresponsible.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Did you not get that one? What? I did. I responded sarcastically. That was too dry. That was too dry for him. Shit. Ah, you were too dry. You hit him with the Sahara Desert. He didn't even see it. Didn't even see it coming. Didn't even see it coming. I don't know. Good night. I'm too sleepy. That's what they all say. Good night, man. Good night, man. Thank you for stopping by. Good conversations, though. Good conversations.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
I crouched without a macro for over 21 hours already way back in the day, and I never want to experience that hell again in my life. That's my opinion on Octavia for endurance. When I play Octavia, I don't even play her stealth anymore. Octavia is not a stealth frame for me. I don't know. I don't know if it has less spawns or more. I think it's around the same. Do you play on console? Or do you play on PC? Maybe my next question. My only problem with the conjunction survival is that Thraxus can bug, and everyone that bugs is a 50% increase to your O2 drain, which is essentially like cutting out like 5,000 kills per hour every time. So, that's why. I'll then switch to PC. Oh, because you're on PC. And you still feel like it's less? Interesting. What FPS do you play at? And do you hold that steady FPS in conjunction survival? 44? Okay. because that might be the difference there. There's in the game, your like spawn rate can vary based off your FPS. So, you likely having less FPS in conjunction survival will lead to less mob spawns than in a regular one, because there's not as much visual clutter as there is in those conjunction survivals.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Yes. Yes, they are. 100%. You really don't have camp locations in the way of the, like, kind of chill in place camp locations that you do in a lot of the older survivals. In that one, you have a lot more what I like to call hyperactive camp locations, which means you can have brief moments of the same old chill that you would have if you were to set everything up perfectly. This is a little bit harder now with the whole Eximus of the way they are, but it just doesn't last as long, and you're kind of forced to be a little more active. Yeah, the rooms are a lot less corridory, that'd be the best word for it, than in the old tile sets. And that's kind of a theme in all of the newer tile sets in the game. I don't like taking an extra 20 to 30% typically, but for this in particular run, like I would have, but I don't have 12,000 of one individual type of relic anymore, because I just have not been playing actively enough to really restore my stores like that, especially since they stopped you from being able to trade in your steel essence. You know, like it just... You know, when you have like this much steel essence, you really wish you could spend it. Yeah, yeah. If I wanted to do an Omni Fisher, but both of the Omni Fishers are really buggy in like game-breaking ways, so I wasn't able to do that. But I do have enough total relics to do it, yes. I have more than enough. I have like 15,000 or so total relics, so that was achievable, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's so sad. I wish I had more to do with these steel essence. I think it's kind of ridiculous their reasoning for it at the end of the day. So, it's one of the changes I still to this day don't agree with, and I think we should be able to buy Kuva and relics from it freely. They need to do something with it in a general regard. Like, there's just so much excess. It used to be how I would farm relics, because I love sitting at endless missions, and I would just use the steel essence. Now it does nothing. It literally does nothing. Like, even at the least, let me feed it to my Helmuth to make everything 100% and keep it there for, like, multiple charges of things. If you want to give us a purpose for it without having to give us loot, just let it be a universal Helmuth thing that covers all of them for multiple, like, for, like, a full rotation of 100. Or until, like, 80% have used. 20% remaining. You know, something. It's compromising. I really just want my relics and Kuva. I don't want anything else. I don't even care about anything else. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what felt good. Felt good. I don't even care about the ribbons and all of that. That's whatever. Like, it's cool having that every week, and I think that should just stay weekly. That's fine with me, but I don't see the harm. Well, I guess I kind of do see the harm. The harm is that when a new Prime gets released, you can inflate the market. Because you are, with all the other sources in the game where you can buy relics that aren't platinum, they are all gated by some type of cap. So, I guess if I'm to think about it in that regard, that's the only reasonable reason I can see to keep it in play. But the market's such trash nowadays anyways, I don't think it would really make a difference on it. Like Warframe selling markets are absolutely abysmal to what they used to be. I thought I would make like 2 to 3k off of a run like this. Oh, the reality is I ain't making that. I'll be happy if I even see 1,000 out of this damn thing. Type deal. Where is that gonna go? What's gonna go to like three regular frames from the shop that don't have prime variants that I don't feel like paying for or playing for? So, we're just gonna deplete that shit out of the market. Right into the store. You thought about using Nyx for survival? Not the new Nyx. No, I haven't used her for survival yet. She's alright though. She's fun. I have no complaints with her. I've used her for some, like, 150 wave RB defenses and such. She's fun. She's fun. A little too active for me. But Void Cascade is fun. I do find it fun, I just can't do long runs on it, and if I do long runs, I'm going to be doing, like, it'll take me an entire day to 2 days to get to level cap. Just because I'll be needing to pause and rest my hands a lot. It's way, way too active for me. That's even with like parkour velocity mods and all that kind of stuff. But it is a fun game mode. It is fun. Yeah, Zaku's not bad. There really isn't, you can build a lot of frames to have a chill experience to a regard. Pretty much all frames have some type of capability to give you a more chill experience. And if you don't have it with the frame, there's plenty of weapons in the game to create that. This isn't hard to create. This is very... You can replicate this with anything. So... all it really is at the end of the day is distractionary means. As long as you can distract, you have moments to chill. You just figure out with the frame you're playing, what do you have to use within the different items in the game to create that. Put a movie on the other monitor. I'm watching a stream. Right now I'm watching the old school RuneScape stream. So, one step ahead of you. It helps me not get too overactive and hurt my hands. So, because I have to exert some level of self-control. Otherwise, I'll just keep playing until my hands hurt, and then I'm not in a good spot. I enjoy the game at the end of it all. It's just sometimes I enjoy it too much. The OG grind, yeah. I would be AFKing that too right now, but too much mouse movement for me between like everything I have to do in this game. I would be sitting and getting my hardcore Iron Man up to 99 and everything. Almost done with fletching, woodcutting, and what's it called? Fire making. Will be my next 399s coming out. And then I have fully banked smithing. That for 99 is fine. I just gotta do it. Is there an Iron Man challenge for Warframe? There have been some types of self-imposed ones to that regard, yes. There's like MR limiting challenges and all of that. There's actually a lot of different challenges that people have done over the years on this game. I mean, even myself, I made a whole complete like free-to-play challenge. And ended up getting a world record with it, so. But yeah, there's definitely a lot. 100% completion MR1 series, there is something like that. There is. I think there was like a quest requirement that like makes you need MR, but that's about the only thing theoretically, but it doesn't stop you really. I don't. And it might be War's prize, so there might be some stopping to it, but I think they alleviated the MR requirement.
The more successful we will be.
But yeah, there used to be an MR5 level cap challenge and stuff like that I've seen. The equivalent of just killing boars and left to level 90 and WoW. Using the equipment you got from the boars, I guess might be a good way to put it. I mean, though, in reality, in Warframe, a lot of... If you do MR5 and under, you'd be surprised at how many meta weapons you, like really, really good stuff you have in your arsenal. You'd be amazed. I mean, I did world first Steel Path recorded level cap at, like, MR7. That's when Steel Path came out. So... I did that with Mutilus Cernos, Acrid, Zenistar, and Mag. I don't know, it wasn't Zenistar. What was it? What was my melee? Wasn't a throne melee. What was my melee? Oh, it was the Dex Nakanas, the two dual-wield ones. Or the, whatever they're called, the dual-wield Dex weapons. I didn't even use them for anything, like they couldn't kill shit. They were just there as cosmetics. Yeah. Prime frames do not have MR requirements. No. Not without using a bot. Let's put it that way. But no. It is literally impossible. There used to be ways around it. They fixed this, so I can go ahead and say it. This is how I found out about it anyways, was when they fixed it, so... The stagger reduction mod that you can put on explosive weapons that make it so that, like, you know, whenever an explosion goes off from that weapon, you have a increased recovery time. People used to use that with a macro, and because it would knock you off of your XY coordinate, it would actually clear your AFK timer, so you could sit up against a corner. In the days before they had smarter enemy pathing, so you could like stand right here, and in the days when they would just run to you no matter what, and they wouldn't be smart and like stay far away from you if you were just standing too close to a doorway. You could just sit there and AFK out an entire mission like that with just a legally allowed macro. So they eventually put a stop to that. I couldn't even believe that was a thing. I was like, what? I went to great lengths to avoid getting knocked down. I didn't know it could have saved me. Yeah. The exploiters in this game are really intelligent people. There's no other way I can say that. The exploiters in this game are extremely intelligent people, and they always impress me. Like, I understand working mechanics pretty well, but those people are on like on a whole new level of things. So like, I have just enough understanding of the game, more or less, to get me by, to understand everything that I need to understand after testing it a bit, but there's people out there that don't even need to test things. They just know how the code interaction works with the game, and they can just completely manipulate it to their, like, to the nth advantage. Really impressive. And -9 million focus. I never experienced that. That was back in the... You're talking about the day when it was percentage based on the 4? The damage that it used to do was percentage based?
We will all share
Those
this
days?
bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
That's way, way, way back. You ancient. Friend is ancient. That's an OG right there. That's even before I started playing the game. Holy shit. I started like a decade ago. Yeah, I wasn't playing the game back then. No, I started in 17. Started in 17-ish. 16, 17? Somewhere around there. I'd have to look at the email. I don't have that account anymore. I actually deleted that account in response to my very first trade suspension that I got. Abnormal loot results. What the hell does that even mean? You know what? Delete my account if that's what it's gonna be. That's what I had him do. I had to delete the fucking account. There goes that AdX ribbon that I talked about, by the way. Just wondering where that went. To the void. They literally made it so I can't even use that email to make an account, too. They deleted the account, and then they exempted the fucking email from being used again. Oh, you want to delete your account? Alright, fine. It was great. Legends. Absolute legendary troll on me. An absolute... Yeah, it was legendary. It was legendary. Nekros, and so, yeah, that's back in the day when Nekros was his desecrate was a spammable ability. Or Nekros players back then. It's as bad as playing Frost. You're just spamming your bubble every 3 seconds because you have 4 seconds of immunity time on it. I hated playing. I used to be a Frost main for excavations and defenses for group runs. That was my entire life, was sitting there hitting Ice Globe, Ice Globe, Ice Globe, Ice Globe, Ice Globe. I maybe get lucky and get a few shots off in between Ice Globe. Oh, man. Oh. God, those days. I mean, Frost is still kind of like that to this day, to be fair. He still only has 4 seconds of immunity and a shit absorb anyways after that. So, it's capped as its main problem. It's capped and it just doesn't scale well anyways. It like caps at 1 million. Trash. Why not during the immunity phase have it just like Rhino skin and just unlimited fucking gain for the absorb? Then you can make it worthwhile. Made everybody a more. I remember hearing about stuff like that. Back in the day when Mag's pull was group wide for the augment. That one too. This game you literally used to be made for just camping in a corner. With everybody just spamming abilities. A Mag sitting there pulling, a Nekros just desecrating. Xmas, yeah, I think that's I've always thought that was a ridiculous change that they did there. Limbo should have, as he's always had, which is the ability to not be bothered by things while he's in his bubble. That's how it always should be. Nothing should be bothered in the bubble. I think if anything, they should have went with the disruptors, the ancient disruptors, and what they do, which is a 50% reduction to CC received whenever, no, 90%. A 90% reduction to CC received whenever their aura is out. And I'm talking about the infested disruptors. They've done something like that, where it was like a 50 or 60% reduction type deal of what was occurring to them, like the stun. Yeah. Now, Overguard in general, I don't really have too much of a problem with because there's plenty of ways to counter it, but when you're inside of Limbo's bubble, that's the problem, is you can't really use those means to counter Overguard slows and stuff like that. They're not able to be utilized the same because you're in a different plane, if you will, than them. So that's why I say, like, there needs to be some compromise to that. I don't think you can use his 1 on them while they have Overguard up. If you can, then there is compromise to that, and you just gotta be fast. Because things like radiation and cold and such like that do affect Xmas with Overguard, and do make them react differently and all of that. So, no, I'm all about CC, man. CC's king, in my opinion. Always will be. Always will be. Don't need to break your hands to kill everything if you got CC. CC's more available everywhere. Arcane Circumference. I don't know which one that is. Armor is meh. It falls off really hard. Oh, is it Overguard with it too? Oh, that's not bad. With the amount of mobs like Xmas as there are, you're pretty much always guaranteed them. That's pretty cool. Yeah, definitely. You've been using that instead of Rolling Guard. I don't blame you. Rolling Guard's a early game luxury to learning late game. Most of the things in the game are. Most of the things in the game are just stepping stones to being a really good player. I'm still working on those stepping stones. Because even before the days of shield gating and all of this type of stuff, there were players that I know that, or I've seen and known, that could literally go like 20 hours in a survival without being touched once by themselves. That's what most of the game does. It gives you the ability to respawn. It's most of the mods in the game are like utility at the end of the day, and they used to never serve a purpose because we didn't have all of these great like systems in the game, but now a lot of the mods in the game can actually serve a real purpose. Like even bullet jump mods, the ones that spread status on bullet jump, even those have a purpose to them now. Just because the game has so much availability to have a reaction time and the different various ways for you to accrue that reaction time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I also like that they reduced the amount of for the normal short-footed and well, for you to get like prime short-footed with normal short-footed. I like the adjustments that they made there, so you don't need the 3 mod setup anymore. Now you can just use Fortitude, which gives you shield recharge as well, which is really nice. And just use regular short-footed, and you have prime short-footed. Way back in the day, there used to be a 3rd mod requirement, which was, I don't remember what the name of it was, but it was a mod that you got from Orkin Vaults. I don't remember the name of it though, off the top of my head. It was like 15% chance to do resist knockdowns, and I think it gave 15% power strength. Something like that. That was hard to fit every time. It was 3 mod slots. But when they reduced it down to 2, it made things much more achievable. And especially because you get shield regen and at the same time, it was nice. I think it was power drift, yeah. That's not my chat. I'm not on my home row. Why aren't you, Yes, that one. Oh, they raised that to 30%. Used to be 15. Oh, wow. You've been mining for an hour trying to build all of these Zaws. Are you just making one of each Zaw for MR? Or are you really trying to go for every Zaw combination possible? I know someone that did I know somebody that knew somebody that did that before, and they showed me screenshots to prove it, and I just couldn't even, just for MR. Oh, okay, that's not that bad. You're fine then. Later, you need help. This is coming from the guy that's sitting in a mission for 200 hours. You need help. Don't do that to yourself. Yeah, but you won't get XP on all them. But I mean, like, every Zaw combination, I mean, you won't be getting XP for all of them at all. There's only certain pieces that give you experience on Zaws. Or craftable, or the combinable stuff. Credit cap is fine. That's fine to go for. It's not an issue. But like every Zaw combination, there's like over 1,000. There's like, it's something like 13 to 1,500, if not more. Oh, XP on all. Yeah, no, I'm referring to just taking every single possible combination. So like, 111 123 1 or 111 112 113 121. You know what I mean, like that. Yeah, it's there's a lot. There's a lot. I might be thinking also in combination with the Fortuna buildables, but yeah, I know there's a lot. All combination amps. That's not too bad, but still, it's a lot of time. I wouldn't do it. But, you know, to each their own. If it makes you happy and you feel accomplished at the end of it, don't let me stop you. You go get it. You go get it. I'm not one to speak. I'm sitting in a mission for 200 hours, so... Why? Because I enjoy the game, and, yeah. I never could get into Ibar Covert Lethality back in the day. I just couldn't do it. I don't know. Back in those days, I was a Rhino and a Frost main. It was Frost with the Atarax, a Status Strun Wraith, and Maradetron with Punch Through. And then I would use Xeneric for the pull-in and Void form. You know how you used to be able to just sit in Void form and it would just pull mobs into you? I used to use that to gather mobs to kill them. And then if anything didn't die from that, I would use environmental damage with Frost Globe and Viral to kill them. So I'd like use the Ice Globe to knock mobs into a wall and stuff like that, and then corner them, and then just spam the hell out of it, and they'd just die in like 4 shots.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
The whips meta. I didn't use a macro back then, so I don't miss it anymore. It was fun though. It was fun. I still got it though. It's still there. Or it's still always there. It is always there. Once you've done it for enough hours, it does not make a difference. You'll always know how to do it. Like learning to ride a bike. You're just the damn truth, man. It literally is. It never goes away. You may have to do a few if you haven't done it in a you know, some months to kind of get yourself back on pace. It ain't any issue. It really isn't an issue. I'll be releasing a build video or multitude of different videos when the run's done explaining everything. But if you can spot it, you can spot it. They're in a bad spot right now, so I don't blame you. They're in a bad way. Ever since the armor cap was introduced, they've become extraordinarily squishy. And they're hard to use. It's really made me disappointed.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
Alright, I think I am... This one they gave us built formas and not blueprints. Oh, that's way back before my days even. You're talking about, what do they call those? Before relics were even released. Void key days. That's what you're going back to. You know, you don't exactly miss that with how horrendous the drop table was for things. You know, you don't exactly miss that altogether. Could you imagine how bad it would be nowadays? With all the loot that's out? I don't know about all that. Yeah, yeah. The core concept of it is so much better than the relic system. That's what I can say. The core concept is, but to where the game's gone now, it would not work. But the concept of it is so much better. Keys are so much better from what I saw in the research. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take a bit of a break here. I'm gonna go rest my hands a little bit more and get some self-care done. Get some walking around. Oh, some walking around. I'll leave you all up with some older footage, and yeah, be sure to enjoy that. This was the what's it called? This was the Lewis survival that I did that I ended up failing because of the bug thraxuses, but it ended at like... what was it? 27.5 hours.
These manifestations must not be allowed a foothold on Lua. Life support is at risk. Destroy them. The sentient is onto you. Look out for troopers. void signatures, but outside the corrupted. They are draining your life support, and fast. Eliminate them quickly. Those oculists are scanning for targets. They know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. Tenno, the Void has summoned a new presence and it craves our life support. Destroy these manifestations. Sentient scouts. If they detect you, fighters will soon attack. The sentient has detected you. Fighters incoming. Hiding Lua in the void risked the unfathomable. I fear we are seeing the consequences of that risk now. Destroy these void-stained enemies. Oculists, if they scan you, sentient fighters won't be far behind. They know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. These manifestations, they aren't from the neural sentry. Destroy them. They are drawing from your life support. Sentient scouts. If they detect you, fighters will soon attack. The sentient is onto you. Look out for troopers. void manifestations, drawn to this cursed place of stolen lives. They will drain your life support unless they are destroyed. Oculists, if they scan you, sentient fighters won't be far behind. The sentient has detected you. Fighters incoming.
Alright, everybody, I am back. There we go. Alright, let me turn the chat back on for y'all too. Actually didn't forget before I started playing for once. Wow. Alright. Chat is open again.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Kinda close to it, yeah. 40 minutes off. 40 minutes off. Not close to 1400. To survive like this? I don't know. I don't have enough experience in all the frames to really give an opinion on that. I've only taken maybe 20 frames to level cap, so hard to really speak on that. 20, 30 frames, somewhere around there. Especially with the state of the game right now. That's a big one right there. No. I don't even know. Do I have them on me? I have a trap. I don't have a scanner on me. I have a trap. Yeah. That would be the most annoying one for me as well.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be. Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you. Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
Alright everybody, I'm gonna go ahead and end off here for the day. Do want to thank you all for coming around. And I hope everyone stays safe, stay humble, be open, and as always, never stop searching. Peace everybody.